Good morning, hello, happy Monday. I am, let's see what we're doing today. I think we're getting to the point where we now have to do some collision detection. So if we look at what we finished up with yesterday, we have our character, it falls down and then right through that floor. I could probably also start our character closer to the floor too. That might help. But all right, so we have a floor, and that created a bunch of the entities, which are the four entities all the way across the level. So that's fine. What I want to do then is detect collision and then stand on it. Well, that would definitely be a systems manager. So maybe this would be like collide platforms. Hello, Stacking. I am aware that today is a federal holiday. Yes, it's an American federal holiday. So because of that, I do not have work at work. Also, good morning, Stacking. It is Memorial Day today. How are you doing today? Is it platforms or platform? Platform. Polly Insecure, good morning, hello. Who streams at 6 a.m. on a federal holiday? I do. I'm trying to keep my sleep schedule the same, so I'm waking up at the same time anyways, so I might as well just start the stream at that time anyways, as well. And I suppose the alternative question would be, who watches somebody stream? Exactly. Like you're watching. Well, I mean it's 8 a.m. so that's better for you. Now it is 7 a.m. for me, so it's not quite as bad as 6 a.m. If I was on the West Coast, that would definitely be the case, though. All right. Oh no, Colorado is mountain time. Oh, I see. Time is it's a Monday. Even though it is a holiday, it is still a Monday. Oh, this tea is still hot. All right, so we're gonna need our world. All right, so once we have our world, then we're gonna do. I don't know if we need anything else right now. So my idea for this, I'm going to grab the player out and check every other entity to see if it's a platform. And if it is, then we have to deal with the other stuff, like stopping it. So if I need to grab the player out, do we have, we can do a query for just the player. Now if I wonder if I can do this. I wonder if I can have a function. So like get player. Now, if I'm doing it, I'm gonna do this here right now, but like, this might make sense to put into some kind of like helpers. I think I do. Yeah, I do have helpers, so it might be right. Let's try it. Let's actually try to create a get player here. I guess it would be query player. All right, so what are we gonna respond with? We're gonna respond with all of the things that make up a player that we care about. So that's probably, is that gonna be like a struct where we like create a player and get it out? That could be interesting. I wonder if this would be like a game entity then. Like if we have a game entity struct, and we pull it out that way. Okay. I'm gonna ignore this right now because I don't know exactly what I need. So let's just do the normal query and then we'll figure it out. Okay, and then all the things that make up a player. Let's go into play here. So load player, we have a position, a velocity, acceleration, affected by gravity, a height, a width, and an image name. So I could just grab all of those things out. What do we let's see. What do we care about for anything else? Don't know if I want to like create a game entity. So that might be interesting. So in this specific case, we're caring about my position, my width, and my height. So let's return that. If I have a struct, that's like a player. I can even just call it a game entity because that's kind of what it is. In this specific case, we care about its width, which is an F32, its height, 32, and its location, which, okay, this is going to be interesting. It's going to be a data wrapper with a point inside of it. Now, if I do that, I need a lifetime specifier. If I borrow an RC ref cell, yeah, because I'm getting a reference back. Okay. So we give this a lifetime specifier. I'm only using it in this one frame, so I shouldn't need to like start doing lifetimes everywhere for this. But this is a question. I'm hesitant about this. Okay, so game entity, and then I want a pub function get player, maybe query player. This wouldn't take anything in. We would just take in the world. So this is essentially a constructor. With a self inside. All right. So we care about our widths, heights, locations. Okay, component names, width, ref, component names, height as ref, component names, wait, is location? Component names. Oh, come on. Position. That's what it is. That's why I can't find it. Position as ref. Okay, so that gives us all of these things. Right, you're gonna need a lifetime here. Is that where I created, or is it this? Undeclared. It's down here. Self. I guess self requires this. How do I... Okay, so you're not yelling at me yet. Maybe you'll figure it out. I'm worried about that though. Okay, so I get all this stuff. Then I want to query. Oh, player. Players, as if there's multiple of them. Is there no player? There's no player. Well, let's fix that. Well, insert into the world. So is player essentially. And down here, we're going to do the same thing. Okay, so then we can go back to play. And for our player, you're a player. Which means now in query player, we can get like this out. So now we're guaranteed to have only one of these queries. So the first one. Now, if it doesn't exist, we're not returning anything. If we're not returning anything, we should probably return an option with a self inside. So result option self. So that way I can question mark these things. Actually, maybe we should just return option and not even question mark. So let's try that. Then it's just the first of these is what we care about. Oh, I don't have to do this at all here. I see what I could do. We could have game entity. I don't have to pass in, because it's not a data wrapper. It's a component data. Can I get away with just component data like that? Or does it still need to be a reference? So in this case, we have the component data. It's going to return a self with our width being the widths 0, height being the heights of 0. But this is, of course, only if it exists, right? So if width dot length is greater than 0, there is an is empty. So if width dot is empty, then we're going to return a none. Otherwise, we're going to return a sum self. Then we can do width is width. Is there like a first? There is a first. And I think I can just question mark you to actually put the real one in. Height first. And location is locations. Right, okay, so you're not really an F32, although I could grab the F32 data out of it, and then location is the only one that we care about, so I could totally do that. So first, then we're gonna borrow you. Oh, but we have to cast it. We have to cast it. So that... width is a data wrapper F32 equals widths first question mark you, and we borrow I don't think this is doing what I expected to. Okay, so fine. Widths of position 0 that is the component data. Why can't I borrow you? I have to cast it first, don't I? Like that. Okay, that's what I need to do. So this is a wrapped width. And then we can immediately let our width equals a dereferenced wrapped width dot borrow. There we go. That gives us this F32, and now we can just have our width there. And we do the exact same thing with height. Okay, so do the same thing with height. Now we have our height. Okay, so can I dereference you? Expected and enum component data found a reference to component data. Oh, I may not have a choice. Now that being said, what would happen if I take let location equals because that would be the data wrapper and it would be dereferenced. So if I do don't think I want to do a data wrapper like that. We could try. Point equals locations 0 asked you. This is not going to work, right? Yeah, because okay, so you have to go to a reference. So can I do location? First of all, I want to replace the word locations with positions. Location with position. Just to be consistent. Now, can I have you be like a dereferenced position? We need to return a result. Yeah, okay, so this is going to be result with that inside. Okay, so then this is going to be a okay. Okay, expected component data found. You wouldn't be component data. This is going to be a data wrapper with a point inside. Okay, would that work? Cannot move. Okay, so you're going to need to be a reference. So a reference to a data wrapper, which at that point we need this lifetime. Implicitly to lifetime not allowed here. Does that go here too? Explicit lifetime required for the type of the world. So I think that's this. World, okay. So then you. Okay, you're not unhappy. Can I remove you? Yeah, okay. So I just have to put it in a signature there. So we know that the world is going to last for a really long time. Don't worry, Rust. It'll be fine. So if I query player now, I'm going to get this game entity back with this information in it. So let's head back to collide with platform. So if I want to get the player, let player equals this is game entity query player. We pass it in the world. Now this is an option, right? So if we don't have a player, we're done, right? So if let none equals player, oh, I could do this all in one line. If let none equals this, then, oh, let's just do this. If let sum the player equals you, so if you're a player, return the player. Otherwise, we're gonna just do a straight up return. Okay, like that. If let. Okay, so now we have player as just a full game entity. I don't need to do any craziness to like unwrap it constantly. We know that it exists because we've returned early if it doesn't. Okay, so we move on. Now that we have a player, I need to get a query of all of the platforms. All of the platforms, huh? I don't know if I need this anywhere else. I might if I like have enemies that are walking on the platforms too. Let's ignore that for a second. Let's just pretend it's right here. So if I do a this game entity could be really nice. I could use that to create a whole bunch of things. So I want like a vector of game entities representing all the platforms. So let's actually up to helpers here. So in query player, this game entity, I kind of want to break this out. Take you. At this point, I don't necessarily see that this needs to be a impl of this. It could be just like an external function that then returns a game entity. So I kind of want to take this guy, throw you in here. You don't have anything. You're just a type that exists. Now back to you. So if I get rid of you, I don't want to actually impl this at all. I just want this to be a function. So function query player, we take in a world. This is gonna return a game entity. Now collide with platform. We query player just like this. And we don't need to pull you in. Okay. Well, wait, we still have 3 errors. Okay, private fields. All right, no errors. No errors. So I think this is going to work for us, which means we can now create a helper to query platforms. So we're going to return a result, and inside it's going to be a vector of game entity. So now, like, what things do we care about for this? Well, I think we have a platform. Like a platform marker, essentially. And we don't really care about you. You're just there to restrict the query. Okay. So what else do I need out of here? I think we also need the same things, right? Position, position width and height. Because I don't think we care about anything else. So let's grab positions, widths, heights. Okay, so this can be component names, position as ref, component names, width as ref, component names, height as ref. Okay, so that gives us all these components here. If it's empty, there's nothing for us to do. So we're gonna just return okay with an empty vector. Which means I can create our result now. Let create an empty vector. Go ahead and make it mutable so we can add to it. And then if for example, positions, I guess I could use this guy. If platform is empty, we're going to return early with an OK and game entities. Otherwise, we're going to continue on and create the game entities and push them in here. So for index and position, I guess this should be platforms probably. Here, we could use platforms. Because I don't, oh, in this case, I don't care about this. I know it's a platform. In platforms, enumerate. Okay, so we're gonna have our wrapped position. So this is going to be that reference to a data wrapper with a point inside. Okay, so now I've got these, we can borrow and like do whatever we want with them. And in the case of the wrapped position, I think it just goes in. So we're going to create a game entity. All right, so what do we care about here? We're going to have the position is the same as a wrapped position, I believe. And then we're going to have the width, which is going to be a dereferenced wrapped width dot borrow. And the height is going to be a dereference wrapped height borrow. And then we're going to push this in here. So game entities, push game entity. And at the very end, we're going to return an OK to game entities. I mean, nobody's upset yet. Okay, so with Collide with Platforms, once we have a player, then it's time for us to get the game, the platforms. So that platforms equals query platforms. Just pass in our world. And there we have it. We have a vector of platforms. Okay, we could put in a guard here. If the platforms is empty, we have a problem. I don't see how we can have a level that doesn't have any platforms in it if we also have a player. But I don't know if it matters that much, because what we need to do is loop through each of these platforms and then do a collision detection so we can update the player's velocity. Which that's going to be a little bit interesting. Okay, so we're definitely going to need a velocity in game entity, aren't we? We are. Let's not worry about that right this second. Okay, so for player, we're going to loop through all the platforms. So for platforms, it gives us a game entity here. Consuming this is probably fine. I don't really need to do anything with it. Like, as soon as we're done with it, it can drop and be gone. Okay, so for our player, we want to check to see if our player's location is overlapping with the platform's location. So let's do a little bit of a whiteboarding here. This might be a little bit bright on the right. I'm sorry. So the idea here is we have like a platform, a series of platforms like this. And let's imagine that our player, is really just another cube. We'll make that this light blue one, who looks like this. So if the player is up above a platform, that's fine. Players below, that's fine. To the left of it, that's fine. And to the right is fine. But if the player clips in even just a little bit, we need to know. I guess let's get rid of these two. We're just looking at this. So I need to know if we're clipping in. So this is pretty standard AABB collision detection, which every time I feel that I get really close to it and then I just sort of screw it up somehow. It's kind of fun. What we can see here is that the right-hand side of this box acts as lined banana boxes. Yes, exactly, Togglebit. Hello. I'm doing good. How are you doing, Togglebit? I didn't see that you were streaming this morning. Are you taking the day off? Oh, just a half stream today. Awesome. Let's see. Okay, so we have our box here. The right-hand side of the box needs to be to the right of the left-hand side of this. So let's just slowly build this up. Okay, so we have our locations and width. Now remember, the positions of each of these game entities is the center. Is the center right here. So really, if I want the right-hand side, I need the position plus half the width. So if the player right-hand side, so if player dot position, also notice the player positions this ref cell point. So I can borrow this once, but we can just do this here. So let borrowed player position is going to be equal to a player dot position dot borrow. Okay, so now I can just gain access to it. So if the borrowed player position dot x plus half the width, right? So that's going to be the player. Now, I could maybe make this a little bit easier. What if I, in game entity, have a constructor on this that then just gives all this information out here? Then I don't have to do all this math here. But let's just do the math here first, and then I'll refactor back into game entity to make it a little bit easier to read and easier to use for future things. Okay, so for half the width, so player dot width divided by 2. Okay, so that's this right-hand edge. So let's actually define that. Let player right equals this. Now I need to make sure that that's to the right of the left-hand side of this. So then we need to do the same thing to get the platform left. So we have the current platform. We're gonna have to borrow that. So farm.borrow. Not that. That breaks everything. Okay, so we do a platform.borrow that gives us an RC ref cell. So we want .x. Oh, it's gonna be platform.position.borrow .x minus platform.width divided by 2. So that now gives me, okay, so now we can determine if like the right hand side is clipping over this. Now, I also want to check, because if we're just moving from the left like this, okay, we're clipping, we're colliding, we're still colliding. Okay, we stopped colliding because the right is no longer. Well, actually, no, this is correct, because the player right is still to the right of the player of this entity left. This is fine, but this is not. Oh, it's still true. So our left-hand side needs to be to the left of the entity right. So now we want that player left is equal to the borrowed player position dot x minus player dot width divided by 2, and let player, oh, this is gonna be the platform right. Okay, so platform position dot borrow to x plus platform dot width divided by 2. Okay, so this is fine. Now here, this won't trigger, because we know that our left is to the right of this one. So we know that it has to be. So if I want to do like the x-axis for this, the right side of my player has to be to the right of the left side of the platform, and the left side of my player has to be to the left of the right side of the platform. That's great, but we also have a y, because up here it's gonna say, hey, I'm standing on this. That's great, right? It's not great. We need to make sure that we're also clipping in on the y. So in this specific case, all we care about is are we clipping in down here like this? So is the bottom of my player greater than the top of the platform? Okay, so that gives us the bottom, and then we want the platform top. Okay, so I got the platform top. Now, right now, I don't have any way of like going to the sides, so I'm not going to worry about that in this specific case. Wait, I just want to land on it and see if that works. So, however, if I did wanted to do that, it would be the same thing down here. The bottom of my player has to be above the top. The the top of my player has to be above the bottom of the platform. But let's go ahead and just see if I can get this landing on here and what this ends up looking like. So if we can do this left side first, so the right-hand side of the player. So if player right. So if player right is to the right, so that means greater than, is greater than the platform left and the player left. The player left is less than platform right. Okay, so that's this X and Y axis. Missing the Moon, raiding with a party of 12. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hello, Missing the Moon and Raiders. How are you doing today? How's your stream? Who said I look like a mad scientist with my hair? I know it's still COVID hair. I'm not still COVID hair. Not really like ready to get the haircut yet. Maybe in a week or two though. I've got my second shot. Like a mad scientist in like year 2, in 2 year turning. I'm turning evil. Oh. I know. I've got the second shot, and so I'm just waiting until the 2-week period is up, and then I can go and actually do stuff. I know, it'd be great. Missing the Moon and everyone. Usually we do a stream game or something like that if we want to when we get raided, and we have a choice: the get the streamer game, where you throw those things at me in virtually, and I try to dodge them, or asteroids, where you help me try to get as far as I can into a game of asteroids. Let's do asteroids today. That's our most recent one. I think that'll be good. Missing Moon, you didn't answer. How was your stream? What were we working on today? Maybe. Well, you have to leave as it is night. You need to get some stuff done. Well, thank you so much for the raid again, and I hope that you have a great night, and hopefully your stream was great. All right, so builds. This is in the workspace, asteroids, run, and release mode. There you go. Okay, so this is a chat-enabled game. You can help out just by chatting and saying hello in chat. So, for example, if I just write, hello.
Reinforcements have arrived.
I arrive, and then I have a random firing strategy. And you can change the strategy by just what you say. And it's just listening for everything. So if you say something like, asteroid,
Reinforcements.
then we're going for this one. Kebatskull. Hello, welcome. Perfect timing also, because we're doing a the raid game that we got for Missing the Moon. Kebatskull, how was your stream? Hello.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Oh, we're almost getting to the point where I need to like worry. The stream was short and hot. Awesome. What are you working on today? Okay. Nope.
Target the nearest asteroid.
I died. Okay, still 4 lives left.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Boomerang game stuff. That sounds really fun. This game, I have it like auto respawn me, and it dies. Gotta refocus. Well, thank you so much for the raid again. Thank you for stopping by. And I hope that you have a great rest of your day. We're gonna see if we can get past level 10. Usually, I think level 11 is the highest I've ever been. Nope, level 8.
Reinforcements have arrived.
It's crazy how crazy this gets really fast. Today, what we're working on is a platformer game with a built-in level editor. Haven't gotten to the level editor part yet. Oh, boomerang or frisbee? You know, I don't even know if I own either. I know I don't own a boomerang. I don't even own a frisbee, I don't think. I don't know. They're both really fun. Boomerang is fun when I don't have any friends, which right now is COVID time, so of course I don't have anybody to play with. So right now, boomerang. Maybe later it'll be frisbee. Let's see. So we're doing some collision detection right now. We have a platformer, a little guy. We want them to fall down onto the platform and stay there and not just sink through the floor. Okay, so we're doing our collision bounding box A-B collision right here. So if the player right is to the right of the platform left. Kevin Skull was working on a platform where you kill enemies with a boomerang, but you can also teleport to the position of the boomerang. It's also used to solve platform. That sounds really, really, really cool. I am not very good at game dev. I'm working on it and I'm working on improving. So I'm using game dev as a way to like improve my programming skills. This is also in Rust, the programming language, and using a game engine called GGEZ. And then I've built a ECS library on top of that to use. And then we're just sort of like learning proper game architecture, but it's very much a learning project and not like a true like sellable project. At least not yet. Like that, I'm hoping to eventually get one day that I can get there, but I don't know how to do like those type of things yet. But it would be cool if I could. So right now I want to stand on top of the platform. So right here, this is the if we're bounding on the X and Y axis. And so this is what we're checking. If the right hand side of our player is to the right of the left edge of the platform, and if the left edge of my player is to the left of the right edge of the platform. Kip Skull has a game released on Switch and on Steam as well called Hell is Other Daemons. Well, that is really awesome. Yeah, I never have released any kind of game. I think like the most I've done is like built a really simple game when I was like doing school stuff and had a bunch of other people play it. But that's I think as close as I've got. And obviously that's none at all. So that's I know you're not here right now, but congratulations on the releases. That's pretty awesome. Now we want the Y. So as we're coming down, the Y is the bottom of mine. So, and player bottom needs to be greater than the platform top. And then also, we might as well just check this. I don't have the other one, so this should be good enough. If this is true, then what do I need to do? I need to halt our downward movement. So that's going to be our that is going to be our velocity. So I need to halt the velocity of the player. So let's come into game entity. So we're gonna need a pub velocity, which is also gonna be this exact same thing. It's gonna be a data wrapper, a point. I need view. So in query, we also need to, okay, so for query platforms, this is gonna be fine. So that means is this needs to be an option. Because platforms aren't gonna have any. So you're gonna have a none here. And query player, you will have one. So we need a query for, we have the players, now velocities. Component names, velocity as ref. That velocity is going to be this data wrapper with a point inside equal to velocities 0. And we'll store in, it's going to be the sum with a velocity inside. I guess we should call it velocity. That would be helpful. Okay, so now we can get that velocity out of the player. Let's see. We know that the player, if the player exists, we have a velocity inside of there. So let's do a let player velocity is equal to player dot velocity, and we can just unwrap it at this point because we got to this place. We wouldn't have a velocity if it didn't exist. Okay, so we have our velocity. Now I want to, can I just borrow mute here? That gives us this ref mute point. So I should be able to mutate it now. So I want to take the player velocity dot y and set that equal to 0. You need to be declared as mutable. Okay. So I think if I just run this right now, it should work. We've done a lot of code without actually running it. So this is the collide with platform system. So let's go ahead and store this away. And then an update, we're gonna run this. Okay, let's see if this is gonna work. I'm worried though. Okay, I probably should be worried because that was an immediate crash. What happened here? Red main panicked. We unwrapped on an error value bitmap component player not found. we need register. We forgot to register a player when we added that in. So in lib, yeah, so we need to register. Now it should work? No? Oh, wait, already registered platform with... This is player, not platform. Let's try it again. Okay, thread main panicked at index out of bounds. The length is 0, but the index is 0. So in query player, line 23, oh, but it's probably in this query here. That's what's happening, because what the macro expands out to other code. So are you... Guess I could do like the macro expand just to sort of see what's happening in this file. So query player. Can I do that? Macro, what is it? It's cargo expand. Let's see. Is there help for this? There's this item. What's the item? Local path to module other named item to expand. Okay, so that's what I want to do. So in here, we want to go to source, helpers, query player. Oh, not an identifier, huh? Local path mod. Oh, it needs like it to be Unix? Oh. Not Windows, huh? Well. Huh, invalid path segment still. Oh, I was hoping that would be it. Can I just CD in there? CD into source, helpers, here that is, cargo expand, query player. I was kind of hoping that would work. What else can I do? I don't know how to do that with this then. I think that if I do something like cargo expand -- lib, Oh, okay. It's compiling, so that's a good sign. I could also switch over to WSL to try to like do the expand there too. Yeah, okay, so look how this is the main library. Are you gonna give me like just all the files? I think it is. Yeah, because these are all the different files. So I would need to then tell it. Yeah, I don't know how to do cargo expand with only like the one thing that I care about, which is unfortunate. So something in here is breaking. If I do a cargo run again. So length is 0, but the index is 0. So in the title screen, we don't have this information yet. So what if I just do, if players is empty, return early, return okay with a none inside. Oh, it likes that. Okay. So that was the problem is I was looking for a player and on the title screen, the player doesn't exist. So then we go into play. Okay. And now the player does exist. So it's able to find that, hopefully. Let's see if our bunny very slowly, because her gravity level is still pretty low, hits and does not sink through the ground. Well, look at that. We have collision. So if I wanted to like move left and right, I could start doing that. But we've successfully collided with the ground, and we're good to go there. Let's see what other things do I care about here. I don't. Let's just clean this up maybe for a little bit. So components, we're not taking any component data here. That's the only error. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and do a git commit. So what are we doing here? We are, player is standing on the platform. Then I want now to add in another platform, like closer, like above them. And this is gonna be part of the level, like the level editor that we're gonna make. Let's close all these up. Let's come into level. So right now I just have like a floor is true, and when that's true, it then just prints floors everywhere. What would I want to do to basically show that like where things are? I have a couple choices here. So if we have like our screen here, maybe this is like the full level regardless of where the camera is. And I want to place in something here. I feel that I have two choices. And I don't know which one is the right choice. I guess these are squares. So let's have it look like this. I could just click arbitrarily in some point and just say, hey, you're there. But if I do that, now, does this mean I can do this and create like a bunch of them overlapping with each other? Or do I want to make sure that they can't overlap and therefore they're in a grid like this? So if they're in a grid, then what I could do is create like a lines down like this. And then we do basically like this all the way down. And then I can click, okay, I want a platform here. I click in this grid cell and then a platform gets created there. No others can be created there. So then I could create interesting shapes like this, like for stairs. That's like the other idea here. I don't actually know what the best idea for this is. If I were to do this one, this would probably, I could create like a coordinate system. So we'd have something like U would be 0, 0. And then U would be 1, 0. Even though there's many pixels inside of these squares. So then we are basically removing the link between pixels and like the location of where these are. I kind of like this idea so we don't get overlapping too much. And then what I can do is have a hash map of a coordinate on the left and then like what's in the cell, so like this thing on the right, telling us, hey, it's a platform over there. Right now, I think we only have one thing in a cell at a time, otherwise, yeah, right? That would be the kind of thing, if I try to move into a cell that has like an enemy in it, I die. Or I get like booted backwards and lose a life. So I kind of like this idea. The other choice would be to just make these full coordinates. And so if it's just sitting over here, that might be something like, well, this is 390 pixels by 200 pixels. The problem for this is if I change the resolution of the game, then the pixel coordinates change too. So I like this one a lot more. So let's go ahead and set this up. So we want the entities, is it like the map maybe? It's like hub map, and you're gonna be a hash map. Now, key. What do we care about this? The key is going to be an XY coordinate. So essentially a point. This could be like an enum with like X and Y. Can I? Okay, let's actually try creating this as an enum. Hub enum. This is gonna be like the map key, the coordinates. So we're gonna have an X, which is gonna be let's do a U32. and a y, which is a U32. So you're going to be a coordinates. I guess a coordinate is more correct. Maybe a grid coordinate. Now, things we've learned about, we have to derive debug is fine, equal, partial equal, and hash for this to work. And then what is it that we're creating here? So right now we just have like a floor. Then I guess like what is inside of this? Probably another enum, and this could be something of like whatever we care about. Like a platform. This is gonna be a entity. So you have a platform. Entity goes here. So map. Create a new hash map. I throw this in here so it knows what that is, and then we can insert something in. So map. Our key is going to be a grid coordinate. Oh, this can't be an enum because that means this can be only one thing. This should really be a struct. So then we can have X and Y are F32s. So grid coordinate X is going to be F32s, U32s. Let's do something like year 3, and Y could be 4. And then our value is going to be an entity platform. So then in play where we bring things together and actually insert into the world, we're going to have to read into this map and grab it out. Figure out like, hey, there's a platform there. This is the coordinate. This means this is where it's going. I probably want to not do the insert of the floor stuff here, but have like a method to create grid coordinates of floor things at this point. I'm gonna not worry about that right this second. Maybe I will worry about that. So in play, this is for our loaders. We have the camera, we have the player, and we have the floor. Right now, we're just looping through all the coordinates and just throwing in the floor because we weren't sure if we're going to use a hash map yet or not. So if I remove this, obviously won't create a floor anymore. Maybe that's fine. I would want to store everything based upon the coordinate. That will affect the would that affect the player and everything else? I think that it would, if I'm like changing the resolution in the middle. I don't think I can do that then right now. I think that okay. I don't know how to switch back and forth the resolution and like keep the coordinate system paired essentially, and like recalculate from the pixels on the screen. So I'm not going to worry about that right now. We're not going to have like any settings for like, we don't currently have any settings for changing the resolution. That is something I would love to figure out someday. But maybe not right this second. And maybe not this project either. I'm not sure. This project, we're focusing on the level editor aspect of it. Okay, so what do we need to do? I want to put the loop through our hash map. So this creates the floor. If I loop through the hash map, so is it key value? It is, okay. So we have grid coordinate, the entity, and then I would need to figure out which one this is. Can I like also iter enumerate and get an index? Oh, no. Oh, okay, I see. So index, you're part of this. So we can destructure you right in this position. Okay, so we can get the count. This should be like 0, 1, 2. If I just debug index, yeah, index is 0, so it's not doing weird things. I can use that as essentially as a counter. So like that 0 times the space between, so like the width of each of the coordinates, which is the standard, like we have this unit width here. So if I take the index, multiply the unit width, that's gonna be the location of like the next entity. So the middle point is gonna have to be that plus half. So we're gonna have to do this thing again here. So let the middle point, we create a new point with our level. So this is gonna be our index plus half the width, and then the height. Then this, however, we have to do not level height. We have to figure out exactly where to put these. So going downwards, we're going to start with our index to the 0 plus. Wait a second. What am I thinking? This doesn't matter, does it? Grid coordinate. Oh, it's the grid coordinate. I don't care about enumerating this. I think I just care about this. Because the grid coordinate will tell me what that information is. Because grid coordinate.x and .y tells me how many to multiply by this. Okay, so for the x, to get the pixels from the left, And these are world coordinates anyways, so I think that should be okay. To get the pixels from the left, we're going to take the grid coordinate.x. So grid coordinate.x. You need to be public. As an F32. And we need to multiply this by the level size. So level dot unit width. And that's the left edge of this. So then we're going to add half of the unit width. Okay, that's the X. The Y is going to be the same thing going down. So grid coordinate dot Y, that's F32 times level dot unit height plus half the height. Okay, that gives us a middle point here, at which point we can now insert this platform into the world. Okay, so set the height, unit height, the position is this middle point, set our width, tell it that it is a platform, and then give it the image, and then insert it in. So if I don't do anything else, we run this, we should have a platform right in the middle. Hey, look at that. We have a platform, and that does kind of look like 1, 2, 3. Is that 4 or 3? I can't tell. What did I put this in? I put this in 3. So if I do, let's do another one at 1. So we're skipping 2 so we can see the gap between them. Hey, that looks pretty good. Now let's see if our character lands on top of it. And he does. Okay, so we got that for free as part of this. I like this. This is pretty awesome. I'm kind of thinking for the editor part of this, if I want to that it shouldn't need to, the level should like add into the map. Like the level should create the map, and then the map is all that we care about. So all of this stuff down here, we shouldn't need. All we need is this. Loop through the map and place these in here. So we want to change the level here. So if floor is true, then we're going to find the bottom and add in a coordinate for each floor. Now we have this width and height. These should now be U32s. And this should now be how wide, how many cells do we have across? So let's say we just do like, we're gonna do 100 cells across and 100 cells down. Now our unit width and unit height is how we figure out what these mean in pixels. Start is going to have to be a grid coordinate. With x being just because it's kind of annoying, let's create a constructor for this. Then in here we can do grid coordinate new. Let's place our character on like 2x, and it can still be that top 0y. And start, you're now going to be a grid coordinate. Okay, that works. However, in play for, let's see. Okay, so set position. Okay, load player. We need to grab the pixel coordinates of the player. I think that we can create a function for this. So if I want like a pixel coordinates, so like coordinates to pixels or as pixels maybe. Oh, this could be grid coordinates as pixels. So we have this pub function. We can have another pub function as pixels, or 2-point maybe. In 2-point. Let's do as point. So we're going to take a reference to self, and we're going to return a point. Now in this position, okay, so we just need the level start. So I want to convert these over. And I probably want this to be in the middle of this point, because like the middle of the square. So, well, actually, no, we can't do that because I don't know what that is for level, because I don't have the width and height. I also don't have the unit width and unit height. Perhaps this should also be inside of grid coordinate. That might make sense. Or we pass this in. I think I need to like store this information. Do I? Or have this be like a the equivalent of like a static method on level. So if I just do like pub function, like we're converting. So grid coordinate to point. I don't take in self, or I do take in self, and I also take in a grid coordinate. which is a reference to a grid coordinate. And we're going to return a point. So here, giving our grid coordinate, we have this x and y. Those are the U32s. We want to take like the x and multiply by the unit width, and then add half. Okay, add half the height. So we're going to create a new point. For the x, that's going to be this grid coordinate dot x as an F32 times. We're going to multiply the unit width. And then we're going to add in half of the width. These are unit widths. Okay, so that should give us this new coordinates. Then here for set position, we want level dot grid coordinate to point. And the grid coordinate in this specific case is going to be the start. So level dot start. And I want you to be a reference. All right, that's not upset about that. Then down here. Okay, everything sort of changed down here. So for load floor, I kind of don't want this to be load floor, do I? Kind of want to get rid of all of you. And our middle point, we don't need to do this math anymore. We have this grid coordinate, so it's going to be set position is level dot grid coordinate. That's in the grid coordinate. And then we're not even paying attention to the entity right now, which is a problem. I guess the player isn't in that map, but we probably should put the player in the map. Because we're gonna want to do a if let entity. You know how to find that. Okay. Your pub enum entity. Okay, use super super level manager level entity. If let entity platform equals entity, then go ahead and insert this in. What are you upset about? Fix that for me, please. Oh, no quick fixes. So you just don't do that. You just want me to change this into a let. That something. This is. I don't like what. I guess I don't understand what Clippy's trying to get me to do here. I can do an let instead of an if let. I mean, I kind of also want to, like, for entity here, you can be a player too. How about that? Then an if let should be fine, but you're probably gonna be a match. We're probably gonna match entity. Cut you off for the match arms. Okay, so if you're a platform, we then do this. And if you're a player, we just ignore you. Oh yeah, maybe a double equals. That might work too. I think this is gonna be better though, because as we get more entities that we're gonna add in, that single like let wouldn't work anyways. So I think this will be better. Although it's yelling at me that because we're never using this, I'll just go like that for a second. I mean, so there's no errors. Are you running? Yeah, okay, so we got rid of all the floor, but we have those two other entities are still working, and we have our player, which just perfectly fits through the middle there. That's awesome. Yes, that underscore prefix works on everything. Although it kind of is weird because I'm not using it, but I'm using it, and it works. It's probably not a very good practice to do. Okay, so what do I want to do with this? I now want to place the player into the grid here. So we have this entity platform. If I do a map dot insert, this is essentially start here. So you grid coordinate stu coordinate new. Let's change this around. Let's make this like 1 0. So slightly to the left. And then the value is going to be an entity player. Well, so now this is going to be upset at me because I shouldn't have underscore as something when I'm actually using it. How is that not yelling at me? Okay. Now we have you in here. So we're not going to have this load player anymore. This is going to go away, and we're going to do this based upon here. I'm going to grab you, paste you in. Okay, so player insert into the world, set position. So this is once again gonna be our grid coordinates, or actually it's gonna be the level. Then pass in a grid coordinate, velocity, acceleration, affected by gravity, set our heights, inner widths, Image name is that set player. Okay. Which means you don't happen anymore. Which means you don't happen anymore. And let's, instead of load floor, let's just call this load entities. So if I do this, everything still works. The player loads exactly where we told them to in that map, and comes and lands on this this platform. Okay, so perfect. Now, if I did want to load a floor in on the level, I'm gonna want probably a function to like add a floor. So, function add floor. Right now, this doesn't need to be public. But we do have to have mute self. So I don't think I need this floor here. We're just gonna have add floor. I want to, for the bottom, like the bottom coordinate, so we have this width and height. For 70 times this, that's 7,000. That's maybe a little bit too much. Let's do 10 down. Because that would be 70 times 10 is 700 pixels down, and we should actually see the floor then. The width, though, is going to go 70 times 10, 100 is 7,000 across. That's wider than like 1920. So therefore, we should have some scrolling action going up to the side. Okay, so if I want this, I want to create... a floor in every single cell from the left to the right at the bottom. That's what I want here. So we're gonna do a for loop. We know which height we're gonna do. It's just gonna be the width. So for count in 0 through self dot width. This is the number of them, and so if I start with 0, I think that works, which means I have to remember that height should be 9. Like the actual coordinate that we put in should be 9. Then we're gonna do self.map.insert. Create a grid coordinate, new. Okay, so for our x, that's gonna be our count times, actually this could just be the count. So count. And for the y, it's gonna be self.height -1. And then the value is gonna be a entity platform. And this overrides and kills whatever was previously there. So if I have like a space character or an empty, this would work. Okay, so what are you upset about? We don't have this entire floor thing anymore. So let's where is level being used? I think we're creating a level. Okay, we're creating a level here. Let's make this mutable. and we're gonna set the floor in it. So level dot add the floor. So now we should have a floor. And there it is. And this is the floor of here. So if I want to calculate, we have 1080. So 1920 by 1080 down. 1080 divided by 70 is 15. So I can do around 15 down. So let's do 15. And that's closer to the bottom. So that works out. So this is rather nice. We have the ability to dynamically create the level, and it inserts all of the like sort of the world elements here. Now I can my camera isn't yet set to follow the player, which probably we want to do. Right now, I can do things like have the camera have a velocity. So let's have the camera go to the right a little bit, because I think that we have a lot more. Is this too slow? Or did I break my camera? It's been a while since we used the camera. Let's try 1.0 for a velocity for the camera. Perhaps my camera's been broken and doesn't actually move anymore. Yes, I seem to have broken my camera. That may have to be a thing. Because what I then want to do is I can make a vertical level where the floor is like way down below us. We have a bunch of these blocks that you can jump around, and we'll follow our player as he falls through the level until he gets to the bottom and sort of like see everything else. But none of that matters if I can't actually use the camera properly. So I think that's what we're gonna have to do, is fix the camera. But I'm getting a little bit tired, and I think I need to. Let's save this off right now. It is a holiday today, so I think what I'll do is I'm gonna take a break, and then I'll come back and like we'll see about like fixing the camera. So let's see, what do I want to do here? This is loading the level dynamically from a hash map. So I got all of that. It's not really much interesting to play here. My thought is when I come back is I'm probably gonna rip the camera out of the world, and because I think we're having problems there. No need to justify himself for having some rest. I know. But it's like fun. I want to continue without any breaks ever, but that's not how reality is. So I'm ran out of water anyways, so I need to go get some more. You won't fire me? Well, thank you so much for not firing me. You're an awesome boss for that. Okay, so I think what I'm gonna do, instead of putting up like a break screen, let's see if this works. I'm gonna run the Asteroids game. And everyone, see if you can protect my ship. It's just chat through chat that you spawn in like a little platform to sort of like help out, and we'll see if I'm still alive when I come back, which should be in around 5 minutes or so. You have a mug saying best dad, but you're also the best boss. Absolutely. All right, I'll see you in a few minutes.
Target the nearest asteroid. Reinforcements have arrived. Reinforcements have arrived.
Oh, hey, you got to level 8. Nice. Congratulations. I know, and Pretzel Rocks helps out a lot too. But congratulations on getting to level 8. Usually I die around level 10, and that's like with me trying. Thank you. Thank you. I was hoping that it would be like an interesting sort of interactive stream game to play. Okay, so I want to do a little bit of exploration here to sort of like understand what's going on with the camera, what's going on with our display system. So we have in our system manager in display, we have the draw text and then draw entities. So, okay. I have camera here. Draw entities is indeed the camera system. At level 8, things to get messy. Yes, it's not like the real Asteroids game where it's actually easy to play because they don't add in like a billion a billion little asteroids. But mine is not so easy. Okay, so in camera, the first thing we do is we query the camera out. We find, okay, so we want the cameras. If we don't have a camera, we're done. If we do have a camera, get the camera positions. And then we do this push transform and then pop transform based upon the camera position. Oh, can you see the asteroid game source? Absolutely. So all of my code is on GitHub. So specifically asteroids is right here. So there is one sort of like heads up. I am using a custom ECS library that I created for like sort of exploration and learning how ECS works. That is that might make it a little bit different than what you'd sort of like expect it to be, especially since I'm still learning how to like deal with ECS and a lot of like interior mutabilities. There's a lot of RC and ref cells in there, so that's like the only warning for that. Now we're trying to do the self entities and then we pop the transform. I am is the only thing that I'm missing here and apply transformations. Maybe? Oh, it is! That was the only thing I was missing is an applied transformation. So the way this camera works is everything is drawing to the screen. But then the camera is just applying it, like figuring out where the camera is. So the center of the camera is like right here. And the camera is moving to the right. So the entire world gets shifted to the left. But instead of taking like each of these entities and shifting their positions over, I'm transforming the entire world itself and having it shift over. And so all of these just know where they live, and that's where we go. And so this is the width of our world. We should eventually reach the end here. So, okay, camera fixed. That was pretty easy. I guess 7,000 pixels is a lot moving at this speed. But what this means to me is I believe we can now set ourselves up for the camera's position should be set to the position of the player. So let's just set Sometimes a few minutes AFK is enough to... Yeah, absolutely. You are very right. Now here we're just doing this. Do we have... In systems, we have these update forces. And that's the reason why our camera moves, is because we give it a force. So in play, if I take away this velocity, and I'm kind of wondering, like, we could do some clever things like velocities and accelerations to like have the camera be really smooth as it follows the player. For right now, let's set the camera to be just hard coded to the center of the player. Which means I need a new system for an update camera. I'm gonna do update camera position. Okay, so we're gonna take in the world. I don't think we need anything else. We're gonna be getting the player and the camera, and that's all we really care about. We are gonna return a result. So the first thing is we need to get the player, and then we need to get the camera. What was that helper we just created? Query player. So query player passing the world. We get this option. So let player equals if let some player equals you. Then we're going to return the player. Else we are going to return early. Okay, so we should guaranteed have a player now. We also want to grab the camera. I can have a private function here. But you know what? We need to query the camera twice. Once here and once in the draw. So we might as well just create a helper for this. So query camera. Okay, so we're gonna have a result, and then we should also have an option. And then we're gonna return. I mean, we can return this as a game entity. I'm okay with doing that. And we'll just have more options sort of in there. Okay. So what do we want to do for this? We want to create a query. So, cameras. And then what else do we care about? We care about in updating the position of this. Well, just positions, right? And I think that would be it. Okay, so we get you, and then we can check to see if cameras is empty. Okay, so if cameras is empty, we're gonna return an okay with a none inside. If we get past this point, then we can create our game entity. So that means we're gonna return an okay with the sum, and then a game entity. We should create a constructor on this, or something like where we can do like default. And then set things on it. Let's see. Let's go into game entity. So with height, position, and velocity. For right now, in this specific case, we only care about the position. But okay, so we need the width and height. Now, camera does have a width and height, I believe. It does. Okay, so let's pull in widths, heights. In game entity, let's do an impl. I can't do a default for this, unfortunately, because the position here, like that. Unless I made that an option. So I think we're going to impl game entity. And we'll just have new, and we'll pull in width, which is an F32. Height, which is an F32. Position, which is this entire thing. And then velocity. Which is an option, including this inside. We're going to return a self. So self, width, height, position, velocity. Okay, and then you need to have this. I don't know if I care about you coming in with lifetimes like that. Implicitly a lifetime. Oh, okay. So you do need this. How do I tell you? Chibani, thank you so much for hanging out with me this morning. Have a great rest of your Monday. The lifetime outlives. I was hoping to get away with this, so maybe I can't necessarily. Maybe like a builder pattern would be a little bit better with this. It would still be hard to do everything else. All right, I'm gonna leave this right now until I can figure out a better way to do it. Are you having trouble saving? Rust Analyzer. Okay, so, some game entities. Let's actually create the here. So the struct fields makes it so much nicer to like create this. And then you're gonna be the game entity. All right, so width. We're gonna give you. But I can't do this like right away. So we're gonna have to do like the casting and all that other fun stuff first. Unless like I was to pass in like a constructor that passes in these widths like that. So width, that width is, this is gonna be a wrap width. A data wrapper with an F32. So widths, we only care about the first one. We're gonna cast this. And then we can dereference, wrap width, and borrow it. And so that gives us the width. Then we just have to do this for the height, everything else. Let's go ahead and do this through positions too. Now positions, I guess, is the same thing. So and then velocity. Our velocity, let's just make you none to begin with. Then these go in here. So height is going to be a dereference, wrap height, we borrow. Position is just going to be this wrap position, I believe. And then velocity is just going to be a velocity. And then that's what we return. Okay, so update camera position. As soon as we get here, now we want to grab the camera, which is result option. So it's actually gonna be the same thing. So camera, if let sum camera equals query camera, pass it in the world. Turn the camera. Otherwise, we're gonna just do an early return. Okay, so we have our player, we have our camera. I now want to set our camera's position to be equal to the player's position. So I know that the player will be in the center of the screen, which is not necessarily the best the gameplay experience, but I think it should get us by until like we decide that the game is fun. And if it is fun, we'll like continue building it, or if it's not fun, then it'll be good enough to like sort of like get through the requirements of the project, which is to learn how to do the editor part. So in this case, I now want to set the camera position. So you already have that. So I want to do a dereferenced camera.position.borrow mute. Actually, let's just borrow the camera out here. So that borrowed camera equals camera.position.borrow mute. Make you mutable. Now I can do borrowed camera.x is equal to a dereferenced player dot position dot borrow dot x. And I could even get rid of this one line by like doing them all together. So I could just do like camera dot borrow mute, camera dot position dot borrow mute dot x equals that. This also works. Then camera dot position dot borrow mute dot y is equal to a dereferenced. Actually, I don't need the dereference, do I? So it's going to be player.position.borrow.y. Because the .y auto dereferences coming into it. And then once we're at the end, then we just return, okay. So now we pull this in and run it. So this is update camera position. I forgot to impl this. So impl update camera position. And you happen down there. That should work. Public function run. So self to update camera position dot run. No method. So update camera position is this update camera position. That should work. You are an update camera position. I'm gonna run this and make sure that it's not something weird. Oh, I don't have this self on it. That's why I don't have the self. So here we have to do a reference to self. There we go. That makes it happy. Okay, cool. I feel like this wasn't exactly what we were going for. Just a thought. So in camera, when we do our draw param, the X I believe is correct, and the Y, I think we have to do the exact same thing to Y here and have a negative on the beginning of it. There we go. And here we have a camera that follows our player. So if I want to like actually fall down forever, let's remove that block on that's right underneath the player, or we'll just switch the player over. So let's go into level. Our player starts on 1 and we have something on 1. So let's put this on like 2, and we pulled in rand, right? Like rand exists. We did. Okay, so we have thread range here. Let's just do a quick for let's go 0 to height. Kind of need to like for count in. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so for this to height, then I want to take our this is really just our Y that we're going for. So for every Y, I want to just create a random one somewhere. Probably to the right or left of the player. So let's create a random coordinate for this. So let x equals g gen range. The range is between 0 and sure, width, which we can make you 10 wide. Actually, even if we have you be 100, we could just say like I want this to be, I don't know how many we have like on a wide. Was it 1920 divided by 70? Like I don't know, if we do like 10, I think that should be fine. And then let's just make sure if x if x is equal to 2, then x, just set x equal to like 1 to put it on our left. Then we're going to insert, let's map that, insert our grid coordinates. For our x, that's going to be this X. For the Y, it's going to be our Y. And the value is going to be a entity platform. Then I want to take these off. We just create the player in where the player starts. And we're just gonna fall down essentially until we hit the ground, and we're guaranteed to hit the ground because we're not gonna allow ourselves to hit anything. And so we can sort of like imagine that this would be a level that we can land on all of these things. Now we probably do want to set the floor to, you know, be closer to here. So we want the camera to be above the player by a certain amount. Let's try that. When we're updating the camera, let's have the camera be, so Y, have the camera be minus, I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm just gonna hard set it to 500 just to sort of see what this feels like. We might need, oh, that's too much. That's the dread idea though. Maybe we can imagine it. So we right now have it in the center of the screen. So I don't have my calculator up anymore. So we have 1080 divided by 2. That's 540, and then minus 70 is 470. I think that'll be perfect. No. Oh, because the player is 111. So it's minus 111. But really 111 divided in half. Minus 111 divided by 2. No wait. 111 clear. Okay. 111 divided by 2. Okay, that's not what I want. Clear all the memory. 111 divided by 2. 55.5. But then subtract that from 70, and that's, oh no, add that to 70. So 111 divided by 2 plus 70. So that's 125. I want this. Okay, so 125. Then if I take 1080 divided by 2, that's 540 minus 125, 415, I think. I think this is gonna be perfect. So when our bunny hits the ground is just, there's not gonna be any black space beneath the ground here. And then I would be able to like just wander around. I can move left and right. Is this a feature? Essentially, yes. now we can have the camera follow our bunny around. So if we have the ability to move left and right, to jump, the camera would then follow that. Blocks floating up. Well, the blocks aren't actually floating up. They're just in the middle of, like, they're just there. So I think that's fine. I think we can jump through the blocks right now, kind of. The camera followed the bunny as the bunny fell. So that's what was happening. So camera is following bunny. Now let's say if I want to move to the right, I want to do something like holding right down on the controller. We have I have this input handler. So handle controller input. We're getting the button. We have the navigation. Okay, so if we're in play, let's debug the button just to see if we're getting it. Yeah, I can. So I can get what I'm pressing. But I think this is just pressing, not holding. So I would want something like move to the right if we start pressing to the right. And then if I start pressing move to the left, we have to so we're probably gonna have to have a resource or add on to the player what our moving direction is. Are we moving? And that's either gonna be right, left, or none, essentially. I suppose up too. So how would I do this? I think if I want to move, right now I only get when we start moving. Oh, I don't think I get when I stop moving. But I think I could have another one of these. Handle stop controller input. So let's just try this. And I'll stop controller input. I guess I can throw in the rest of these things too. We got world, navigation, turn results. We're gonna get the current screen, which we're just gonna match on. So let's match on navigation, get current screen. And then in play is what I'm caring about. So let's debug the button. And return OK. Okay, so I'm not doing anything with the world, but that's fine. So we want this handle stop control input. So I'm going to go back to the main library. There's gamepad button up event. So pass a note that reference to self world and a immutable reference to self dot navigation and unwrap. So if I run this, okay, so I have, oh, okay, so it saw that already. So when I first press it down, I get that D-pad right. Then it again, but they're the different functions depending upon if I'm starting or ending. So we'll want like we need to let ourselves know in that we have stopped moving to the right or that we have started moving to the right. So what might this look like? I think we want a system to add a force to our acceleration. That's pretty much what we want to do, is just add an acceleration while we are moving. Which means we need to track if we should be moving. So should I just do it really simple that like I have a moving right, moving left, or should it just be moving with like an enum? I can only store strings in my ECS. Let's try right and left to begin with, because that's really like gravity. I can't move it any farther down. It doesn't feel like it's going to be too terribly bad. So let's do our component names, or have moving right, moving left, and from there we want to go insert into world and add in those two. So right, it's going to be an option with a bool. Option a bool. Okay, so we're gonna set moving right. Now in this case, if we're gonna move right, we're always also gonna have the ability to move to the left. So I just had another idea though. What if I don't store it in here, in the world? What if I just emit an event? Hey, we're moving to the right now. Stop moving to the right. Like start moving player to the right. Stop moving player to the right. The system can store a little bit of state inside of it if absolutely necessary. So it can store the state of whether or not it's moving to the right or not, and it can grab that information. Then I don't need to store this at all. I kind of like that idea. So we don't need this moving right, moving left here. What we need to do is, we don't need a component name, so moving right, moving left. We need to go into event. We're gonna have player moving right. We are listening to this command move right. Maybe we should just use that. So then that's actually command. So select down, and this is gonna be move right, move left. We'll also probably have to have jump too, but these could start out. Then in our handle stop controller input and start controller input, for these commands, we have start move right, start moving right, start moving left, stop moving right, stop moving left. So in play, when we start pressing down a button, if the button is left, for example, if we can match the button. Here's all these buttons that it could be. We only care about D-pad left and D-pad right. Screw the directional pad. The whatever the other thing is. I guess it's analog. Screw the analog thing. D-pad only. So we don't actually care about what we do here. But if it's D-pad left, then I want to create this command. Start moving left. And then we're going to send I don't have the event senders here. But we're just sending that into here. We need to have an event sender in here. So we'll store away the event sender, and now I can send these events. Oh, it's event command there. This returns a result, so I can do that. And this is going to be the same thing, except it's going to be moving to the right. Let's see. Yeah. So you're going to be start moving right. Now stop is going to be the exact same thing. When we stop here, we want to match the button. And in this case, we have this is D-pad left. But command, this is now going to be stop moving left, and then send that a message. D-pad right. Stop moving right, and send that command. And if you're anything else, no op. Okay. So at this point of time, receiving all those things, let's see, update selected. We have more commands, obviously. So an update selected, I don't actually care about these other commands. I'll just fill them out, but we're not gonna do anything with them. Oh. Wait, calculate selected index. Current index. Oh, is like +1, -1. So these would all just be zeros. Like we're not. I don't know if I like this. I guess in this case, it's really just anything else means a zero. Like we're not changing it. Oh, current index. Just stay with the current index. What are you doing? So git command. Everything else is a none. Okay, there's no errors. So we should now be able to see those events coming through. I don't have any like debug into those events at this point in time. So what I think I need to do is create a system for moving our player to the right or to the left. So how about just like move player? Now what's going to be interesting is we need to track to see if we're moving to the right or to the left, because we're going to be getting those commands coming in through the events to say, hey, we're starting to move to the right or to the left. So I guess we kind of need like a Boolean. Are we moving to the right or to the left? like is moving right would be a Boolean. Is moving left would be a Boolean. And then we need this event receiver. And I think that's all we're going to need to keep. So it's impl player. We're going to need the event manager. So is moving right is going to be false. Then for event manager, okay, so we're going to create our event receiver. Event manager, we want to subscribe to, and then the event that we care to. So this is going to be a vec of events. So events, command, command, okay, so start moving left. This doesn't really matter because it's this one we're going to toString. That gives us this receiver. And then we can just do a self is moving right, is moving left, and our event receiver. Okay, so we store all of this in internal state for the system here, and now we can have it run. Now this is going to have to be a mutable self for the run. But I don't think we need anything else here. What are we going to do? I guess the first thing we need to do is check to see if the events are like, are we moving left or are we moving right? So like get the commands and like determine if we're doing something. So if I remember correctly, it's going to be an if let okay event equals. So let's actually have this be like a handle event function here. Okay, so we're going to call handle events if let okay self dot event. Oh, wait. We're going to get the event here equals self dot event receiver. We're going to try rec v. That gives us the event here. If the event, so what do we care about? We're only caring, so we're only going to receive this event if it's a command. Now it's going to be any command, so we do have to check that. So we have to match on events. We know it can't be anything other than this command. But then we're gonna get this command. So what are we gonna do here? We're gonna have to match on the command. And we don't care about these two. We only care about the start moving left and right. So if we're stopping moving right, or sorry, if we're starting moving to the right, that self dot is moving right is true. Start moving left, self dot is moving left equals true. Stop moving right, self dot is moving right, false. Dot is moving left, false. All right, what do you want me to do? Unnecessary nested match. Consider using the if let. Oh yeah, I could totally do an if let command. Let's see what we can do here. I think this would be a if let command equals event. We still need to match on a command, but we don't need to do this anymore. Expected tuple or struct. Okay, this is going to be an event. Still nested. Okay, so I can convert this in. It's just to that this if. Okay, so we get the event here. I don't think I can match and this line, can I? The outer pattern can be modified to include the inner pattern. So if let event commands. Oh, wait. Can we just match on this? Sorry, is that what you're saying? Faraz, hello. I match on event. Oh, we're just gonna match on event. We're gonna match on event. I'm doing pretty good. How about you, Faraz? Now, this is not gonna be okay. So let's do this again. Fill the match arms. I don't care about either of you. It's gonna be like that no op. But how do I? Because I'm just gonna get a command and have to do another match. I don't know what they're expecting me to do here. Because now I just have to do another match on command. You seem to be using match for destructuring a single pattern, considering if let. That's what I did do. I did try if let, unless it wants me to like move it into here. That seems weird. Bernie, what do I think about applying the result approach to other languages such as TypeScript instead of throwing? So I actually like the result approach. It reminds me of like where JavaScript sort of kind of tried the callbacks, where it had like those airbacks. I don't know if any of you remember how like JavaScript did way in the early days. So of Node, early days of Node. So you'd have something like I don't know. Let's use Express as an example because they still use this pattern. So we have like app.post, and then we have like a function in here that has like the request and the request, response, and then optionally an error. I think it actually might have been this. Oh, right. It was also this. It was always like error, request, response. And then you could just handle the error at this point. So I think this is like the beginnings of like handling it with returning like responses. I think that it would basically just be, instead of an error like this, you would always return a function, always return an object in JavaScript, and then you can destructure like the response, the request, and the error out of it. And this is fully valid code. This would work really well because then you can just check to see if error exists. Then let's go ahead and like do something about it. So I like this a lot. I think that it would have, like, there would be a lot that needs to change in order to get TypeScript to support it. So I can't imagine it's ever going to happen, but you could do it yourself. Like, we could just program using essentially options, like where we just return a result object that has that kind of information in it. That would not be that hard to do, and probably would work out really well. Yeah, you just added a simple result type to your project. Yeah, that's exactly what I would be thinking of. Have you been doing that? How has it been working for you? Started wondering if it makes sense. It makes sense as long as like it works. And if like it starts to become where you're having to fight against it, and it's not helping but hurting, that's when it stops making sense. You've been working with Kotlin and you liked it? I like the idea too, but I haven't worked with it, so that's a caveat. Like, I don't know if it's a good idea or not because I haven't done it, but I like the idea of it. All right, so do I want to mix these two together? Is this my problem? So like if let okay, I don't think I can do like an and. I don't think I can do match events command. Can I do like a match and an if let together? So they say it's collapsible. So Clippy is sure that this is collapsible. I'm unsure sometimes I have to put those ifs to check, but once again, another way I had to do catch. Yeah, that's like the big thing about, well, okay, you don't have to do, well, no, do you have to do a catch? Oh, I think JavaScript makes you do catches, doesn't it? Like you can't just try and then, yeah. Patterns can restructure nested stuff. How would I do that? I don't think I've done this before. Can I just match on a pattern? So pattern matching. So match event. Okay, so we match an event. I only care about, okay, so I don't care about you. And you become everything else. Now command, I want this to be a command start moving left. Okay, I think this is it. Start moving left, then becomes a self dot is moving left equals true. Oh, I could, okay, it's telling me I can put this in with this okay. So if let okay event. Oh wait, is it only because I'm doing that one? Let's do another one. Events, command, stop moving left. Lumicode, well, thank you so much for hanging out with us. Have a great rest of your day. Self dot is moving left. It's false. This is what I wanted. Okay. I'm doing good. How are you? So, event, command, we're gonna have now start moving right. Trying to survive the heat. It is nice and cool where I am today. It's raining all day, supposedly. It rained all day yesterday. Okay, so command is gonna be stop moving right. Stop dot is moving right equals false. 75 degrees. Oh, that's really nice weather. I guess like over here during the summer, it can get into the hundreds easily. Not too much higher than that, like 100, but still 100 is pretty terrible. Okay, so this is the first thing we're gonna do here in run. We're gonna do a self dot handle events. And so that's gonna now switch to see, are we moving right or are we moving left? Then based upon if we're moving right or left, we want to create our an acceleration. You can factor out the event command part into the if let. Oh, really? So I can put this so it's not just if let okay. The event command part into the if let. Oh, if let okay. Events command. If let okay event command like that. Oh no, it doesn't go there. It goes inside, doesn't it? Hold on. Then this is gonna be events command. Oh, got it. So then we're gonna match command You go away. You go away. Oh, that's so much nicer. Yes, X Galaxy, I got it right when you were writing that. Thank you so much. Okay, this is so much nicer. Yes, so much better. Rust impresses you every day. I do love Rust. It's really fun. Like for me, it's a fun language to write in. I know that some people like can't stand Rust, and that's fine. Okay, so we handle the events, and that's gonna set our internal state if we're moving left or right. So after we do that, we now want to determine if we're moving left or right. We want to create a I guess if we're neither moving left or right, then we want to exit early. Because like there's no reason for us to do anything, right? I think so. Because we're going to be adding in an acceleration if we're moving. Flint Rusty, hello. It's a holiday day today, so I got to do a little bit of longer stream, which is super nice. Let's see. So we want to create our acceleration, our velocity, our force. We want to create our force. So let's try this. We're going to have our moving force. Self dot is moving right. Let's I guess like I kind of want to just like create the force to begin with. So if we just have like a mutable force. So force equals, it's a brand new point. And let's just say that it's like 1.0 and 0.0. So this is moving to the right. I could even have 0.0, so we just have like a blank force like this. Then we're going to do force.x is equal to if self dot is moving right. Then we're going to have 1.0 else negative 1.0. Now you might be asking, well, hey, won't this cause a problem? Because if we're not moving to the left, won't this cause us to move to the left? And the answer is yes, it will. We need a guard to determine if we should exit early at this point. We can create a function for that. So function is not moving. So we're going to return, if we're not moving, that means self dot it's not self dot is moving left and not self dot is moving right. And that's what we return. And so here we can just do a if self dot is not moving. So if we're not moving, then we're just going to do an early return. Getting to this point, we know we are moving. So we can create our force, and we're going to set the x to be whatever this force is going to be. We're probably going to want a something to throw into the world so we can just change it very easily elsewhere. But for like just testing out, this should be fine. So we have our force. Now we need to query for the player to get their acceleration. And then we can add this to the acceleration. Which means we need to grab, okay, so I might as well do this right now just to do this properly. So let's go into resource names. This is going to be the move speed. And in the main library, we have this add resource. Let's make this player move speed just in case we add in like an enemy and they're going to have different move speeds potentially. Okay, so resource names, player move speed, to string that, and then our data, let's have this be 1.0 F32. Then in move player, we want to grab this number, so that move speed equals get F32, pass it in the world, pass it in resource names, player move space, that. So now this can be move speed, negative move speed. Okay, so that gives us a force to add in. Now we need to grab the player. Oh, we need the world. Okay, we need to get the player. So that player equals query player, and at the world. So once again, we only really care about this if the player exists. So if equals if let some player equals you, we return the player. Otherwise, we do an early return. So there's our guard there. All right, so get the player. If the player doesn't exist, we're out. If the player does exist, handle our events. Then check to see if we're moving. If we're not moving, get out. If we are moving, now time for us to like actually do this update here. So we create our force. This could be a function that returns a force. Function, wait, move force. We're going to need the world. And we're going to return a point. And so this now happens down here. And we're going to return the force. Okay, our move force is going to be self dot create the move force. All right, so we have our move force. Then what do I want to do? I want to add this to the acceleration. So we have the player. We need to. So player right now is this game entity. I don't have acceleration, so we need to add that in. So pub acceleration option. It's really with all of this fun stuff. But not everything has an acceleration. For example, a platform doesn't accelerate. So when when I save this is probably going to cause some errors. There we go. So game entity, we also have an acceleration of none. What is this? This is query camera. Yeah, so camera doesn't, well, the camera actually does have an acceleration, but I'm not, let's do this here. I don't really care about that. Okay, so query platform, acceleration. This platform, yeah, platform has a none for you. But the player now, we absolutely need to get that. So we need the accelerations. Okay, so we cast you, we get the acceleration, and then acceleration is going to be a sum acceleration. Okay, so we're happy, which means we can come back to move player. And so now we have access to this acceleration in the player. So we're going to want to borrow that and add it in. So this is going to be dereferenced player dot acceleration. I can just unwrap it here. I'm gonna borrow you mutably plus equals to the move force. And then we're gonna run. Okay, we need to create and run move player in our systems. What do you care about? You care about the event manager, right? Yeah, the event manager. And then an update, we run you here. And pass in the world. All right. You're unhappy. Oh. You need to be mutable so that the self player can mutate itself. That's gonna, oh, that doesn't screw up anything. Okay, fine. Then let's see if it works. So just a thought, just a consideration. 1 might be a little bit too fast. Let's try 0.01. It works, although I can go inside the I can't stop moving. I guess I could go really too fast too quickly. When he goes wee, yes, yes indeed. I don't know why I'm sort of like doing that staggering too. I don't know what's going on with that. I wonder if I'm having frame rate problems. Game goal: make the bunny get an epilepsy. Yeah, like the game. Yeah, that's what's happening. That's exactly what's happening. Okay, so what we're doing is timer update time. Let's do if timer ticks just by like every 60, every 100 equals to 0. So every 100 ticks, let's do a debug of timer FPS. Just to see what our FPS is, because I'm worried that this is really low. No, okay, 72, 66, 66. Okay, I start moving. Oh, look at that. It's just moving. It's continuing to accelerate, and I only tapped it a little bit once. So we're still at over 60. So we're fine there. But what's causing me to continuously move to the left? Because I never reset. Acceleration does reset, right? Probably a good thing to verify. And if we apply update forces here. Yeah, okay, we reset acceleration. We remove the acceleration every frame here. So we reset that to 0. Are we setting, is it properly setting that we're no longer adding the acceleration to the left? That's a good question. My guess is no. Let's do a debug of I guess self. Self dot is moving left. Self dot is moving right. Okay, so I see a lot of trues. So is moving right. It looks like we never got a command for moving, like to stop moving to the right. Is that true, or did I just screw this up? So stop moving right, is moving right false. Now, did I get this? Self dot, wait a second. Oh, I could do a debug for stopping moving right, and then return false. Because that's a cool feature. I probably want to remove those other debugs. I don't think I ever got a stopping moving right. Let's remove some of these. So we have, let's see, in here, there's one of these debugs at the main library. Let's just make this, I don't know, 500. So it's a lot of seconds. Don't add force to acceleration, set acceleration according to force. I don't have a mass, but usually what happens, like you take all the forces that are applying and then you add them together, and so that becomes like the force. So like if I also jump, that would be like a force getting added to acceleration as well, just like a one-time upwards. But I'm never not moving to the right. That's my problem here. So let's add in, okay, so move player. We have stopping moving to the right. Start moving to the right. So let's just try this. I believe that we're not going to get this. Yeah, okay. So that never happens. We never get this command or stop moving right. So in events, so I reset acceleration every frame, so that becomes 0. So the velocity should stay the same, but it shouldn't continue adding to the acceleration. But this is in mod for events, I believe. No, this is mod for the input handler. Hey, you know what would be really helpful? If we called this function. Just a thought. Just a potential thought here. Instead of calling handle input, controller input on up as well as down, which means I release it and it's like, oh, time to go even faster that direction. This is handle stop controller input. Stopping moving to the right. Look at this. Now I can properly aim myself. I don't know why I stopped here though. Oh, because I'm clipping inside that. Then I start falling again. Okay. Okay. My how big is my collision detection? I feel like I'm a little bit, I think I'm pretty wide here. I probably should draw a box around the bunny just to see what the collision is. No, that works. There you go. And now I can move. Now I can technically move through these boxes because I'm not stopping myself that way. And I can't jump, but now I can move, like I can just run around. So cool. U2CB1, maybe we need to send a command on key release. That's what I was hoping to do, and then I like kind of forgot to call the function to actually send that command. Okay, and then here's the end of the level. Are you gonna fall down? No? I'm kind of surprised that it's not falling down. But now I have that falling and I can like hit everything else. Okay, so that's cool. Let's go ahead and take care of these warnings. Since taking care of the warnings would have prevented the last bug. All right, so we're happy here. We do have the stop moving. Okay, so I want to head back into here and turn this debug off. So this can just be false again. Okay, so I think we're happy now. Or like we can move left and right. We can like tweak the speed that we're moving. We can also tweak our gravity too. So let's head over into the library. So we have gravity is 0.01. I can try to make this a little bit stronger. And we can make you maybe a little bit faster. I've got like invisible platforms that it hits. But oh look, it's pulling. The gravity is strong enough that it's starting to pull me through the floor. That's not good. So when I hit the platform, I should reset my downward velocity to 0. Because the downward velocity is just continuing to grow and grow and grow and grow, which is compressing me into the floor, which is not ideal. And then Bunny just sinks into the floor and is gone forever. I also want to check to see if we're colliding with something. So let's do a quick git commit. So this is falling can turn, so and move left and right. For our collision, so collide with platform. Okay, so if we hit here, oh look, I am resetting my Y velocity. Okay, let's do a quick debug and colliding with platform. Pimfix. Hello. Sorry I butchered your name. How are you doing today? Oh, look at that. Colliding with platform. So if you were there a little bit earlier and you heard me state that I often screw up the AABB collision detection, I'm pretty sure that I screwed up the AA collision detection because we only created one of these per horizontal row, and it was there. So that's a problem. Also, like we're slowly moving downwards. We need to reset our positions too. So the moving downwards is pretty easy, but at the same time, maybe not. Oh, thank you so much. I'm glad to be able to help out. Glad you're able to find value in them and do good. So this is too much. Like this is not proper. Let's make sure. Oh, I think. Okay. Just a heads up, I'm gonna have a whiteboard on screen, so it's gonna be a little bit bright. Okay, so here's our bounding box collision detection sort of like example that we're doing here. So if the player right, a lot of unit works. Oh, nice. Are you doing computer science? So here's the right-hand side. If that's greater than a platform left, so like this, and player left is less than the platform right. Okay, so this is correct like this. And the player bottom is greater than the platform top. I mean, I would think that should work, right? Unless I like screwed up my math to calculate any of these positions here. We could do the final one. So, and the top of ours. So we have we need the player top. So this is going to be player dot position borrow dot y minus player dot height divided by 2. So that'd be the player top, and then we need the platform bottom. Awesome. Well, computer science is fun. I like it. I wish that I had a good instructor when I was going through college, but I didn't. So I ended up actually dropping out of computer science because like I just couldn't stand it. I thought that made me think that I hated programming, which turns out no, just a bad instructor. Okay, so platform bottom is now going to be the platform dot position dot borrow. How long have I been coding for? Let's see. Professionally, so it depends if you count my systems administration. So when I was a systems administrator, I wrote a lot of automation scripts. I had to fix like installers and other things for like other companies that were just not working on our systems. So like a lot of like bash shell programming, a little bit of Python, a tiny bit of C. That that was since 2006. So 14 years. If you count my systems administration, I was a sysadmin for 8 years. So it would be what? Now since 2014, 6 years otherwise. So either 14 or 6. Yes, a lot of RPM files. Like the number of like companies that provided installers for like Red Hat and that were just completely broken was surprising. And these are like professional, like enterprise level software that we had to fix. And like it just now this was a while ago. Maybe it's gotten better, but probably not. Okay, so we're gonna borrow U, so platform position, then we get the Y, and we plus platform dot height divided by 2. So that gives us half the height. Yeah, those are fun. What do I think about White Hat Junior? I don't know what White Hat Junior is. Is it like a training program for becoming like a white hat hacker? So then, and okay, so the player top is less than platform bottom. Platform bottom. And let's continue with the collision. So we'll just debug collided. In your university, the way how they study isn't the best way for me because I'm beginner, to be honest. Yeah, I agree with that. Like that was actually one of the big things that I had in my college was the teacher kind of taught us as if we had been programming for years, which is an unfortunate assumption from a lot of teachers that like a lot of people who get into computer science have been programming for just years, just got into it on their own, or they found something else, or like some mentor showed them how to do it. And I hadn't, like I was going in from scratch. And like they even at one point said like, well, if you haven't figured out how to get the compiler to work for Java, then you shouldn't be here. You should just leave now. So I did, which is unfortunate because I could have been even programming longer professionally and maybe even had even more fun. But I think the path I took was pretty good. So I'm not going to be that upset about it. Now, so if I fall all the way down, we're fine here. So we've collided. Now look at this. I can still move in here. So I need to reset our horizontal movement if we hit in the edge. Also, when our feet are clipping through. So I need to determine if we're just like this, anything like this, I want to reset up. And if we're over here, I want to reset back. And I guess if we hit the top, I want to reset down. So I need to know like, what's the closest that we're hitting? I don't know if there's like a good way to figure that out. It's like online code classes, you get first class free and then you have to play like a... Oh, wow. So I have no idea if the classes are good, then maybe. But if they're not, then not worth it. Teacher said the same thing for you. Drop out and yeah, be... Well, I'm glad that you're staying in there because like it can be rough if like the teachers are against you, but I guess like remember you're there for yourself. You're not there to like make the teachers happy. It got pretty popular, Well, like if it works for them and if it works for the students, like that's the big thing. If it works for the students and the students actually get something out of it, then I think that it's great. If it only works for the teachers and it just makes money, then I think that it's terrible. So how do I tell that we just stood on the top? Because it'd be really jarring if like I hit over here and it reset me up here. If I hit over here, I need to reset. Now maybe if I hit here, that's still pretty jarring if it moves me up to the top. But maybe it's less jarring if it's like here and moves me to the top. You might not notice that for like a couple pixels down. You're sad because someone said you would never be a Rust super developer. I mean, is anybody a Rust super developer? I don't know if I even like the idea of something we called super developer. Displace the direction of the velocity, perhaps? Ooh, yeah, so I can get the direction of the velocity. We have access to the velocity. We have access to the velocity. So collide with platforms here. So we get the player as this game entity. So I could let borrowed player velocity equals player dot velocity dot unwrap dot borrow. So that gives us that. So what do I think is better? Study for 3 years going fast in every language, or 5 to 6 years slowly going through every like the small details. Okay, so this is a common question. I guess like you're in a beginner still because you're still in university, right? So here's like a hot take. Programming languages don't matter. In the like for you right now it does because you're in university, they're telling you these programming languages matter. But in the real world, all that matters is the value that the product that we're making provides to the customer. And those can be made in any language. So the only language that matters is the language that you're working with in order to provide that value at that time. So learn enough languages that you can learn a new language really, really, really fast. And then it doesn't matter. Then you don't have to know all the languages, all the frameworks, everything else. You can just, somebody says, hey, we would like to hire you for a PHP job, but you say you don't know PHP, but you know all these other things. Would you be okay with that? And you can just say, oh yeah, I could learn it fast. And then they'll hire you and you just learn on the first day or two. And you don't need to learn everything. You just need to learn enough to provide value. And that's how senior developers generally operate these days, is you don't have to learn everything. There's too many things to learn. How old I am? I'm too old, but not old enough. That makes sense. Common thing in game makers to calculate the next position by adding velocity, check to see if it's colliding. If it isn't, move. If it is, move unit by unit until the calculated position is not colliding. That could be interesting. Still don't know how to oh. Yes, I could have this collide with platforms determine if I'm going to. You can give a range of my age. I'm less than 45. Um, you typically don't need every tiny programming language feature to make your first thing. Learn the features that are used most, and then you'll come across the niche features when you really need them. Yes, agreed. Fully agreed. It will be really scary, by the way. Like just thinking about like, oh, apply for jobs where you don't know how like the programming language works. What we're talking about is like your second or third job. Your first job is almost always going to be in the domain that you studied. And computer science, you're going to learn a bunch of languages, but like it's probably going to be JavaScript or Java or Python, like one of the major languages. So I wouldn't worry about like if somebody says you need to learn Haskell. If that's not being taught in your school, don't worry about it until like you've got a job. Then you can start thinking about like fun things to do with other languages that are not as often used. Okay, so we can rewrite this to determine where we're going to be next. What if in game entity, we have like a step? It's like I could have an impl on game entity that would be like a pub function simulate next step. And it would create a new game entity. It would probably have to create a new game entity. Or we'd have to do something where you have like a next position. Oh, wait, we can create like a next position. So like next position. So calculate next position. And we're going to return a point. Unity or Unreal? Yes. Basically, what language do you know? What language do you want to learn? C# or C++? If you want to learn C++, Unreal is it. If you want to learn C#, Unity is it. Now, if you don't care about the language and you're just wanting to use the game engine itself, then it's like it actually becomes a harder question because there's not really that many both Unity and Unreal can both do very, very similar things to each other, and they're both updating quite often. So then it becomes like other things. Unity supports VR extremely well. So the company I work at is doing a lot of VR development, and I'm not on the teams that are building that, but I interact with them quite often, and they're using Unity, and it's working out really, really well for them. So if you want to program VR, Unity is probably the best right this second. If you want to build games that go onto the Nintendo Switch, Unity is the official game engine that was recommended for that. If you just want to make some toy games, you're not really sure, Unity has a really awesome community, is really easy to get into. If you want to make photorealistic things, Unreal is like the way to go. Or if you want to get into like a AAA game studio that are like using Unreal, then you want to go Unreal. So the end result is yes, they all work. You can program. So okay, Escape from Tarkov is a beautiful, beautiful first-person shooter, and it's made in Unity. So just because Unity can handle all that stuff, I don't know how much extra work they have to do to program that, but the differences between the engines are only gonna get smaller over time. That being said, if you're just want to make some toy games for yourself, just choose whatever feels good. If you don't know, then just go with Unity, because there's like a million tutorials that you can follow, and that might just be the reason why to go for it, just because of that. Okay, so if I calculate my next position, this is going to be simple. Let's grab a clone of the position. So we're going to get position equals self dot. So I guess this should be an option. Let's return an option with a point inside. So self dot position dot borrow, and then we're going to dereference you. So that gives us a clone of this position. So we're going to make you mutable. Then I want to take our position and add to it the velocity. So that's going to be self.velocity. We're going to question mark that. Then we're going to borrow. And then I'm going to dereference you. And then we're going to return a sum position. So this calculates the next position. We have to give it this lifetime, even though we're not caring about it. Like that. Do you? Cool, yeah, because I just need to register and like use the lifetime, but I'm not actually using it for real. Okay, cool. So then we're going to come back to collide with platform. And so here for the platform, we have the borrowed player velocity. And so we can let simulated, it's like next position is going to actually be equal to the player dot calculate next position. And we can unwrap this because we know we have to have like the velocity and all that stuff in there. Both engines can do the same things, even in terms of graphics. Most people recommend Unity for beginners because C# is easier to get into. As a result, Unity has a lot of beginner games made on it, and beginner games are usually low quality. I can definitely see that. Although in GameMaker, the calculation is usually done separate for horizontal and vertical movement, but maybe it's because there's no vector type. Really? I could do, well, I mean, like the calculation would end up being the same if it's like separate for the horizontal and vertical. It doesn't really matter. But we can check to see which one is the most. But okay, so we're now using next position for this. So this is now where we ever have the borrowed player position. This is now actually next position. Okay, so that's good. Now player top. Next position. This is also next position to get the Y. Okay. But that's not going to fix the other things. That this will stop our horizontal velocity going down. So does this mean that we won't sink into the floor anymore? No, now we just crash. Oh, already borrowed. Collide with platform lane 35. Oh, because I've already borrowed the player velocity. Hold on. Oh, because I borrowed this mutably here. So let's borrow this mute. And then, okay, so let player velocity. I wonder if that was my borrowed player velocity. Really, I just want this to be a dereference. Oh, a borrowed player velocity dot y, and set that equal to 0. Okay, let's try this again. Oh, now that just instantly dies. Okay. Already mutably borrowed. Game entity line 14. Oh, because calculate next position. This needs to happen up here. Okay. I'm still sinking into it. I guess I'm hitting a little bit earlier. So the player velocity, we are setting player velocity down to 0, right? Like this is ever happening. So setting player velocity. Okay, so that is happening. So our vertical velocity should be turning into 0, but I guess because like we're constantly hitting there, just like we're slowly going down, and then we're updating our position. So we do need to update our position. We need to update the position as well as this. Just say it's quicksand and ship it. Yeah, that works. So we get our next position. We're gonna want to borrow this mutably. So let's say, okay, so if we know we're colliding. I don't know if it's simpler to do like a ray from like the middle out. Oh, thank you so much, Faraz, for hanging out. Have a good sleep. if it's only going to be Utsby, hello. Middle out compression is always the answer. Well, of course it is. Oh man, we should just rewrite the entire thing for middle out compression. I'll get right on that. We'll win everything. Then I need to go give some kind of presentation, right? Then just like millions and millions and millions of dollars. Then I'll take Google on. I think we can check to see if our velocity's amount is below Utsby. So I don't know if you just got here or not, but we're trying to do collision detection to not sink into the floor. Here's what we've got so far. I've got my character, can fall down, I can move left and right. I've got extra collision detection, which is really cool. I don't know where that's actually coming from. So I need to draw that out. When I hit the ground, I then very slowly sink into it. So I'm thinking I need to reset my location when I hit the ground. Hello. What are you doing? Are you eating my green spoon? We've got a cat tax you gotta pay. So I guess the question is, how do I know that I'm hitting the top and not the side, or not the bottom when I'm jumping? Sounds about right. The collision response should usually set the object back to the point of contact for simple collision. That's sort of like what I was thinking. I guess we can check to see our velocity to see if we're heading down or if we're heading right or left. So if we're heading down, bye bunny. Yeah, his name is Zilby. He doesn't. I have a thing here. Oh, bunny sinking into the floor, of course. No, the cat's name is Zilby, and I do have like a thing for him to sit on here, but he doesn't like to sit on it anymore. So I think need to figure out some way to like attract him down here more often. He used to hang out with us all the time. Okay, so if we're going down, let's do like a little function. Function sort of like the direction that we're heading. So if we're heading down, so is falling, I guess, or is heading downwards. Is today a US holiday? It is indeed. It is Memorial Day today. Well, I don't think, wait. Okay. I could be heading down like this and hit to the side. And would that still look weird if it jumped me back up? And if I'm moving like this and it moves me over here, that would be really weird too. So I guess how should I determine that I am here? if a majority of the bottom is inside and there's less out. If I'm colliding with the top, reset me up. If I'm colliding with the side, reset me to the left. I mean, I'll still will be colliding with the top here. Yeah, Bodosaur, I think you might be onto something. So should I make this separate here? We could do if now if I'm to the left and right of this, that could still be like on a horizontal plane, like the Y plane all the way up and down. So I don't know if that's actually going to help that much. So like if I hit Hey BBs, I have the coordinates of everything. So I have the coordinates of all of these boxes. So the player and the platform. I guess I just need to know if I'm hitting it or not. And which side I'm hitting it on so that I can raise up and like reset my position. Because here should still be reset up. But here should be not reset up. And here should be reset up. It's like, what's the difference? This one is obviously, both feet are inside. Like both the left and right hand side are inside the square. This one's a little bit less obvious. Like the right hand side is on the top. Oh, so, okay, if the right hand side, if we're in here, we have a right hand side that is below here. So it's within here, or it's within here. So this point. So we can do the X's first. So if the player right hand side, so if the player right is greater than the platform left, and the player left, so player right is greater than this, player left is less than this, less than platform right. So we know that we're on sort of like this plane, but we don't know around here we are. So we know we're colliding here. We don't know if we're like actually touching it though. Try to visualize it in 1D. How do I do that? So then we can do a Y test. Now I could also check to see if I'm above it, and I'm gonna, because we have the next position here. So if the next position is gonna be inside. That's where we can check to see if the previous position is above it, or is it to the left of it. Okay, so then if the player bottom, if that's greater than platform top, I guess this would also have to be like the and too. So, and player top is less than platform bottom. Okay, so we have the same A, B, B here though. Okay, so I am colliding. Now I need to know where the previous thing was. Let's do like is colliding. Yes, I've made a few different games. Although like a lot of times I've used circles as my colliding, and like I haven't, I think like one time I had to do this before and it was a long time ago and I forget how I did it. Let's see. Function is colliding, have a self. This should probably actually go into the maybe we should do like a will collide. Well, whatever. Let's just do is colliding here. If I do grabbing this information out of it, we need the platform. So I need a platform, which is a game entity. And I need the player, which can be a reference to a game entity. So then all of this stuff can now go in here. And we're going to return true. Otherwise, it'll be false. Sure, go ahead and refactor. Collapse that for me. Doesn't GGEZ have simple collision check functions? So it does if I use Rex for that, but it won't tell me. It won't tell me what the the direction that I collided from is. But like I can use a rectangle to determine whether or not like things are colliding with each other. Okay, so we need the next position. Oh, I guess that's the only thing I care about here. So next position is just a point. So position point. It should be a reference. Oh, we still need the player width. Okay, so then we also need the player is a reference to a game entity. Find point, import you. So take all the X coordinates, pair them with what entity they belong to, and sort them by coordinate. You could then walk the sorters list and keep track of what entity you are in. If at any point you are in two entities at once, you can get difference between the x coordinates to get a delta. Wait, okay, so if I take all the x coordinates, pair them with what entity they belong to and sort them by coordinate, okay, so I get everything. So let me whiteboard this out. So let's say we have a bunch of these. So we have, let's say this is like 5, 5, 10. This is 10, 10. And this is 15, 10. So here's our locations of these. Locations are in the center of our game objects. Coordinates of the corners. I mean, I guess I could calculate that out too. Because we could figure out that this would be like just 0, 0, 5, let's say. Or like I could still do that here and it would be fine. Now you are here, let's say. So this is going to be like, I don't know. This would be like 17, 0. Is like right here. And we also have the widths and heights for everything already. So we're good there. So we could create rect structs to like determine whether or not we're colliding. But then knowing which direction we're colliding in is still the question. Like, how do I know to reset this back up here? And not to reset it over here. Or I guess over here. I guess because I can check the previous. If the previous, whichever delta is smaller in that direction. So hold on. So we have all of these things here. So if I then get these in the list, and move them down like this, with the far right one we know being our blue. Then sort them by coordinate. So how would you sort, like, by which one? By the X, I guess, or the Y? Oh, because that, okay. Then I can get the delta between these. So if I'm coming this way and I hit here, the delta between this and 0 would be still don't know that would mean that I want to do this one instead of going up. Because that would tell me how much to go up by, right? It's like the delta. Let's see. I need to figure out how do I get like the magnitude of this. It's like 15 squared times 10 squared, and then square root of that. I don't have my calculator down here. Do I have a calculator here? No. Let's see. Can I get a 15 times 15? You know the collided side by the sign of the velocity. If you're going down, then you have a velocity. Well, that's okay. Possibly, but what if I'm like coming down like this at an angle and I hit the side? Because I'm going down, I don't want to come up straight up. I want to hit this and slide down. Conversely, if I'm coming at an angle like this and I hit here, I don't want to reset over here. So I guess, like, how do I handle those situations? Or what resources can I go look at tonight and read up on so tomorrow I can solve this? Then you calculate the y, which wouldn't collide, you calculate the x. So I need to calculate both and determine which one is the one I need to hit. The only thing I can think about is if we're here in the collision, and then I check the previous, and I was here, and I'm above it, then reset up. If the previous, I'm to the right of it and slightly below the top, then reset right. And then it could be the same way. Reset left, reset up, reset down. That's the only thing I can think of right now. And so if I do this self-colliding, so if self is colliding, we hand it the platform, a reference to the next position, and a reference to the player. Okay, so if we're colliding, now I need to like determine where we're colliding by. So, like, is the previous position up? So would that be another function? Like, is above? So function is like above. So if I have self, then I would take a, would I take two game entities? I guess I would potentially take two game entities. Or maybe I need, instead of like the next position, I do previous position. Then I can take like the previous position and determine it, and it's like, hey, if I'm colliding now, what was the previous let's actually do that. So here, okay, so we're getting next position. This is really just player position. It's gonna be player position. I want to get a clone of this. So this is going to be a dereference of a player dot position dot borrow. Well, actually, you know what? This borrowed position this works just fine. So borrowed player position. And then we get that information out of it. So because this still is the same. Now is above, if we can have like the previous position. So this is going to be this game entity. So I want to calculate previous position. And this is going to be minus equals. Oh, I don't have minus equals on that. Oh, that's too bad. Okay, so position dot x minus equals self dot velocity. I guess dot borrow dot x position dot y is equals self dot velocity borrow dot y. Okay, then we return to position. That's previous position now. This could be was above. We're going to take the platform. Yes, borrow returns an immutable reference. It does. Whereas borrow mute returns a mutable reference. Okay, so we're going to have a platform game entity. This can be just a reference to it. And we can also have our previous position. This is going to be the player previous position. So I guess is above is correct. As far as this function is concerned, it doesn't know. So it's going to be player position, which is going to be a reference to a point, have a Boolean. So if we're colliding, then hand it this platform. Okay, so if the bottom of my player, so we can start throwing some of these in here. So let's go into our game entity. Position is actually in there. It's like I could actually just store it in here already, or we could just calculate it. Like pub function bottom. This would be bottom X. This would be our position. So we're going to turn self dot position. We're going to borrow you hit the X and add self.height divided by 2. That gives us the bottom X. So if the bottom of our self is above the top of the other, okay, so then we want top, so pub function, top, oh, bottom would always be Y. There's no X. It's like top, self dot position dot borrow dot, so it's always Y. What am I doing? So Y minus self dot height divided by 2. Okay, so then we're gonna go with if our bottom, so if so can I just have player be passed in like that? Then we can just do player dot bottom is less than platform dot top. So that means we are above. So if colliding, if self dot is above platform and player, then now I want to reset my Y up to the top of the platform. Oh, and I think I have top now. So this will make it easier. We're then gonna say, I don't actually need to do this at this, like I don't need to do these ahead of time. We'll just do this right now. So we're gonna do player dot position. We're gonna borrow this mutably, so we get a mutable reference to it. Then we're gonna get the Y. We're gonna set this equal to, what do we need to set this equal to? We need to set it equal to the position of the platform. So the top of the platform, it's gonna be platform dot top, but then minus half of the player height. So minus player dot height divided by 2. I think that'll work. And then you want me to combine these together. So let's see. This is the dereferenced player dot position dot just borrow. Oh, because okay, is colliding. I need to give a reference to is colliding. You're not taking ownership of this. Okay. Let's see if this works. The answer is no. That doesn't work at all. Oh, did I not stop the velocity also? So is colliding and we're is above. Player dot velocity unwrap borrow mute dot y equals 0. It's like stop you also. Let's try that. See if this works. I'm thinking that I screwed something else up, so I'm guessing not. Yeah, okay, so this is not triggering anymore. So like the is above. It's like the previous step, right? So like I want, oh, because like we need to do the player dot previous bottom. Calculate, oh, okay, that's what it is. Calculate previous position dot y. Will that work? That works, and it looks like I'm not falling through the floor anymore, which is excellent. And now I can move left and right. Now I can still clip through these. But I would hope that we can fix that too. So we have this is above, and then we can do an is left or is right. It's doing the same. Actually, it kind of makes sense to do this in the other way. Like, is the player left? Okay, let's actually rename. This will be fine. Is player above? Is player left? So player platform player. We have a Boolean. Then up here, so this is going to be is player above. We're going to want to break this out again. Okay, so if player is left, then we want to calculate the previous. So player dot calculate the previous position. Then we're going to get if x. So if we're not above, then we want to check to see if we're left. So if x is less than platform right, so we want the left-hand side. So pub function left. Okay, so if player deck previous, calculate the previous position, so get that point, get the x of that. Now, this is wrong. The previous position would still be below this. Because what I want is the previous bottom. The previous bottom. So I calculate previous bottom. So we get our position. Or I just, actually do the calculation here. So previous position dot y plus player dot height divided by 2. So it gives me the bottom. If left, so I want the right hand side of this. So plus player.width divided by 2. Okay, so calculate previous position, get the right-hand side. If that's left, then platform.left. Then that gives me this. Okay. So if we're colliding, then we're resetting this. This should be fine still. It's not fine. What are you yelling about? No field X on option point. Oh. Wait, how did that work? It is an option. Oh, option here. So unwrap you. That's our problem. So I should be able to fall down to the bottom and sort of land on the ground. Okay, so that's good. Then, so we know we're colliding with something. If self dot is player above, and then we're gonna have, I guess this is previous position, so these really should be was player above. So if was player above, why does calculate previous position return an option? It seems to always return some. So the reason why it returns an option in this case is because my velocity is an option in here. And so if you call this when there is no, I need to be able to like handle what happens if there is no velocity. So it will return a none. This question mark forces it to return a none if there is no velocity. So that's what's happening there, is this allows me to use a question mark. Okay, so if was player above, hand it the platform and a player. Oh yeah, that's perfectly fine. And a lot of people don't know that you can use question marks with options. A lot of people think, oh, I'm just gonna use question mark only for result types, but really it's any return type if it matches. So this will become a none if there is a none here, or I can return the sum, or it'll be an error if it's an error. I think it's pretty cool. Okay, so if we were above, then we want to, we're resetting our velocity no matter what. So this is resetting our velocity. Here, we're gonna grab this and reset our position to the top. Else if, now maybe this shouldn't be an else, maybe this should be another if. If self was player left, that will handle the corner case. We hand it the platform and the player. Then we're going to say player position. We're going to borrow mute dot x is now going to be equal to the platform dot left minus player dot width divided by 2. So does this work? The answer is no. It's stopping me right there. it's not resetting my position. It is, okay, player position, borrow mute. We have this X. So platform left. I should probably create another one for platform right. This was, okay, this only works if we're going to the left, but I think I tested that. That's not working right. Okay. Oh, maybe it should be less than or equal. Because it could be exactly equal to it. Nice. Okay. Now, of course, I can still move through here, but I get stuck there. Okay. And I want to like give myself a little bit of leeway. So when I subtract this, do I need to subtract like one more? I don't know if I need to do a buffer. And then we need to do function was player right. Platform player Boolean. Okay, so player calculated previous position, unwrap X. So minus player width. That is greater than or equal to platform. Oh, there is no, okay. Platform, I don't think we have a right. So. Okay, so platform.right. Then in here, this can be an else if. There should be a trait so we can use question mark with our own types. Yeah, that would be really nice. I think there's a working group on errors, so something might come about from that. So was player right? Then, okay, you know the other thing we need to do? We need to, for these two cases, so we're going to say player dot velocity unwrap borrow mute dot x equals 0. So reset that velocity. And then also reset our location. Okay, so now will it just work? and I fall. I'm not quite big enough for this. It's like exactly even. But I can fall right next to them. But if I tap it. Oh, that stops my Y. Okay, so I don't want to stop my Y. Y doesn't get stopped no matter what. It's there, like that. So now my Y down should remain if I hit the sides. So hit there, keeps on going down. That stops. And now this finally stops, and I can't go past there. So I'm kind of trapped in this area now. But hey, look at this. We got collision detection. Our bunny is really large. Like way too large for this. We should make the bunny smaller so it'll be easier to move with. If anybody knows of any good assets that has a little cat, little orange cat that I can use, then we can put Zilby in the game. That'd be perfect. But okay, so we have this. I think let's go ahead and save and push these changes up. So what is this going to be? We are cutting with the sides and top. And I think we're good. I think also I'm gonna have to call it for a day. So it is after 12. I am really hungry. I need to go get some food. So how about that top collision? I think we landed on the ground. Here, we'll do one more. In the meantime though, I'm gonna go ahead and shut off the YouTube video of this. So thank you everybody for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.